Good afternoon, members. I call Committee of Supplies Section A to order. We are meeting today to consider the budget estimates of the Ministry of Children and Family Development. I now recognize the Minister to move the vote.
Resolved that the sum not exceeding $2,442,836,000 be granted to His Majesty to defray the expenses of the Ministry of Children and Family Development Ministry operations to the 31st March 2026.
Minister, do you have any opening remarks?
I do, Chair. Thank you. It is an incredible honor for me to be here today to have discussions about the budget for the Ministry of Children and Family Development. I want to start by making an introduction of ministry staff that are here to support us through the coming hours. First and foremost, I have our Deputy Minister, Keith Godin. We also have available and working with us today our ADM of Indigenous Child Welfare, Jeremy and Naduk Williams. We have Denise Devenny, ADM of Partnerships and Indigenous Engagement. We have ADM of Finance and Corporate Services, Fiznik Pranichi. We have ADM of Strategic Services, Marnie Mayhew. We have ADM of Policy, Legislation and Litigation, Emily Horton. We have ADM of Service Delivery Division, Kelly Durand. We have ADM of Practice and Quality Assurance, Corey Heavener. And we also have joining us Executive Director of Service, Provincial Priorities, Dana Long, Chief Human Resources Officer, Soji Bryant, Chief Financial Officer, Nicole Anderson, Deputy Director of Child Welfare, James Whale, and Executive Director of Quality Assurance, Jackie Lee. I want to give a special thanks to the staff that are here for supporting me in the last couple of months and getting us ready for budget estimates. I also want to thank my critic, the member from Penticton Summerland and the member from Chilliwack North, for the work that they've done in preparation for these estimates. I have incredible respect for the role of the opposition. I once stood in the opposition in this very room and asked questions to the Minister of Children and Family Development and the Minister of Education. And so I hope that we can have a very fruitful, transparent conversation about how the ministry operates and how we look forward to the future and doing good things for children, youth, and families in this province. So I just want to start by thanking you for being here today and the efforts and the work that you've done. I just want to quickly take the moment to say how unbelievably honored I am to be the Minister of Children and Family Development. I love children. I have 2 children of my own. I always say that I've been a fighter for children since I was a child myself. I believe, and I think that our government believes, that children are our most precious resource in this province. And I think that this ministry is crucial in advancing our province in good ways and looking out for the future of all of our children, particularly the most vulnerable. Families come into contact with my ministry at some of the most difficult times, and so this work is incredibly important to me, and it hits me in very personal ways. I, first and foremost, am a mom to a 15-year-old and a 19-year-old, both who haven't always fit into the normal box of how they need to be supported in life. And so I have had both personal and professional experience with my ministry. My very first job when I moved out to British Columbia when I was 17 years old was to care for a young girl with cerebral palsy. Megan and her family taught me about resiliency, about compassion, and about challenges in accessing services and how the right services and how early intervention can really change the trajectory of a child's life and a family's life. And so I've been passionate about these services my entire adult career. I've had the opportunity to work with hundreds of families in our province, helping them advocate, helping them learn about programs and services. And the fact that I have the opportunity to stand here in this position is an honor of a lifetime and something that I will adore for my entire life. I want to quickly chat about the work that our government has done, because I am proud of a lot of the work our government has done. We have seen the largest increase in investment in this ministry this year of $321 additional dollars. We've also seen the number of children in government care decline. We have the lowest number of children in government care in over 20 years. And we are the first province to recognize Indigenous jurisdiction of child and family services in legislation. I think that those are really important steps in the right direction and things that I'm really proud that our government has done. I want to take a moment to thank our direct service staff, the thousands of staff that we have working in the Ministry of Children and Family Development, delivering these crucial services. They go to work every day in very challenging circumstances and do their level best to ensure that children, youth, and families are cared for. So to the social workers, to the team leads, to all of our staff, I just want to say that I am grateful for the work that you do. I know that it is difficult, and I will work every day to support you in those roles. I also want to take a moment to thank the thousands of organizations that we also have delivering services in our province. We contract to thousands of organizations to deliver very important specialized care to children and youth, and they do that work incredibly well. I know that there is more work to do, and I'm standing here in this role because I do think that we can do better. And I do think that there are things that we can do to improve our services, to remove barriers for families, and I know that we are going to do that work over the coming years. In my mandate, central to everything is honoring our commitments to BC's Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. We are working with First Nations to support their resumption of jurisdiction over their children and families. I know that children belong with their parents, with their grandparents, with their aunties, with their uncles, and in community. The best outcomes that children can have is when that happens. We have signed 6 community agreements, 5 coordination agreements, and we have 14 other negotiations underway. This work is transformational and will be transformational to our child welfare system. And it is work that across the country we are being looked at in what we are doing here in British Columbia. We are also leading work across government on a comprehensive child and youth well-being plan and outcomes framework. We know that we need to do things differently. We know we need to meet children and families before they get to a place of crisis. And this work will really look at getting children, youth, their families, their extended families, the support they need prior to being in a crisis. And then finally, working to strengthen and realign our services and supports for children and youth with mental health and support needs. We have engaged in exhaustive consultation with families. We have heard that families want us to remove barriers, to increase access to some of our most vulnerable, and I'm excited about the work that we have ahead of us on that. I look forward to canvassing a wide variety of topics and providing the opposition with the information that they're looking for. I look forward to the next couple of hours, and I'm just really proud to be here today. So with that, I will hand it over to the opposition.
I now recognize the member for Chilliwack North. Would you like to make any opening remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'd like to acknowledge the huge responsibility of this department and the work that this ministry and the individuals who care deeply for children and youth and families who require assistance and support of the services provided through MCFD. Thank you, Minister Wickens, your staff, and the vast array of service providers supporting this work. So without further ado, I'm just going to jump in here. So my first question to you today is, has MCFD had an external financial audit? If so, when and by whom? And how often are these conducted?
Before we continue, I'd just like to remind members that questions are through the chair. Recognizing the Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you. Yes, through you, Chair, that every year as a standard process, as a part of public accounts, the Auditor General audits my ministry and all ministries in government, and so that happens annually.
Recognizing the member for Chilliwack North.
Thank you, through the chair, to the minister. Was this an external financial audit?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The Auditor General is an independent body of the BC Legislature, so that would be considered an external audit.
Recognizing the member for Chilliwack North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So through the chair to the minister, the March 29th, 2022 news release from RCY said, MCFD's system for allocating funding is so broken that it is not possible to link ministry funding with the commitments to reconciliation government has made or to outcomes for children. This is a sobering and terrifying admission. Recognizing there are approximately 4,900 contracted social service agencies in BC, besides the 4,500 full-time staff, and considering the complexities of this ministry and the challenges in monitoring and providing oversight for such a vast, multifaceted ministry, what has MCFD done to streamline the relationship between the federal government and the province to provide a more comprehensive and consistent ability to hold people, agencies, and contractors accountable for funding regarding their roles and responsibilities associated with this ministry?
Recognizing the Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Chair. So I would say that we have multiple fiscal arrangements with the federal government. All are typically multi-year agreements. They're established. They have tracking and outcome agreements that we have with the federal government. They're on par with other ministries across our government with how we interact with the federal government and have to account for those agreements and report on those agreements. We also, MCFD has a very robust public portal that you can go in and look at our outcome measurements in a variety of places. So we track number of kids in care, we track number of Indigenous kids in care, we track a number of things that any member of the public, opposition or otherwise, can go and look at. And so there are sort of rigorous practices in place for our relationship with the federal government.
Recognizing the member for Chilliwack North.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair to the Minister. So as of 2021, Stats Canada census said 68% of the children in care are Indigenous, yet Indigenous are only 5.9% of the population. How does $821 million allocated over 3 years for children in care specifically target the needs of the Indigenous children and youth?
Recognizing the Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start by saying how transformational the work is that we are doing in the Ministry of Children and Family Development with respect to recognizing the inherent rights of Indigenous communities, Indigenous governing bodies around jurisdiction of child and family services. Firstly, we importantly have provide funding to Indigenous child family serving agencies across this province to provide direct services, child welfare services to Indigenous communities. So that's one way that we provide services for Indigenous children and families. We also have taken a generational shift. Indigenous leaders, communities, Indigenous governing bodies have done generational work to work with MCFD to sign a number of historic agreements. We have signed a number of community agreements, a number of coordination agreements that ensures that those Indigenous governing bodies that strike their own laws provide child welfare services as they determine for their community. And so in our budget for child welfare services, there is a number, much of that budget goes directly to Indigenous governing bodies, to Indigenous child families serving agencies. And I think that we have seen some of the results of that be that we are seeing lower number of children come into care. So we have far more, particularly Indigenous children, in out-of-care agreements, in being cared for by family members, community members, and so we're seeing a shift in the right direction because of the work that's happening in this ministry.
Recognizing the member for Chilliwack North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in my question, I was asking for specific targets for the needs of the children, and the minister is telling me that hiring contractors. But I think the question that I was asking was more about the specific needs of these Indigenous children and youth, not the hiring of people. So I'm looking for a more concrete example of how that is helping the Indigenous children and youth, if that makes sense.
Recognizing the Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that our Indigenous child and family service agencies aren't, that's not us contracting. Our work with Indigenous governing bodies is not us contracting. That is Indigenous communities reclaiming their right to provide services for their children, their youth, and their families. So the services that are required for child protection and child welfare are outlined in our Child, Family, and Community Services Act. Any of those services that are required are delivered by MCFD. They're also delivered by Indigenous child family serving agencies, and they're delivered by Indigenous governing bodies and Indigenous communities.
Recognizing the member for Chilliwack North. Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, I'm going to move on here. So, through the chair, what amount of the MCFD budget is targeted for Indigenous children and youth?
Recognizing the Minister of Children and Family Development.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. I think it's important to recognize that no matter who you are as a child, a youth, or a family, or where you are, you have access to services through MCFD. So there are a couple of things that I'm just going to talk about. Firstly, if you are an Indigenous family that wants to access MCFD services through, let's say, a child development center in a community, that Indigenous child and that family has access to those services. If an Indigenous child requires access to child and youth mental health services or any number of services that we provide in the Ministry of Children and Family Development, all of it is available to any child or any youth. Beyond that, we also have specific line amounts of budgets that we provide to Indigenous child and family community servicing agencies. And we also have specific amounts that we provide with respect to the signing of community agreements and coordination agreements specifically for Indigenous governing bodies and Indigenous communities that want to resume jurisdiction.
Recognizing the member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the minister just moments ago talked about early child development. Is the minister familiar with Semiahmoo Family Place?
Recognizing the minister.
Yes, I am, Chair.
Recognizing the member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you. Does the minister know how many families are served by Semiahmoo Family Place?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know the specifics of the number of families that are served by Semiahmoo Family Place, but I am very familiar with family resource centers, and I'm very familiar with the work that family resource centers do across our province and the numbers of families that they serve. In previous roles, I was directly responsible for overseeing the services that family resource centers delivered. And so I'm very familiar with the work, and I'm happy to chat with the member on this very specific case. I'm aware of it and can likely provide some information to the member.
Recognizing the member for Surrey White Rock.
Okay. So really glad the minister's familiar with Semiahmoo Family Place. It's hundreds of families that they provide services for, whether it's single moms, new immigrants, parents or moms that have fled domestic violence. It's a great, great place. And I visited there a lot, and they're reducing their hours now. They're actually looking at closing their doors. So can the minister confirm in this fiscal, previous fiscal, how much MCFD has provided specifically to Semiahmoo Family Place?
Recognizing the Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Chair. To the member, I can provide him with the specific numbers at a later time, to later today or tomorrow. What I can say, though, in general around these particular services is that they are typically procured at the local level, and the local community organizations come together to decide how an array of services in the community are delivered in partnership with local ministry offices like the Director of Operations and the contractor. And there are a number of reasons why services may change or adapt. It could be that local operators have come together to look at the needs in different parts of the community, or there's been a change of need in the community. And so there's all kinds of reasons why when a contract is delivered, it may change over time. And I can certainly work with the member on what has happened in this situation, get the numbers, and sort out things further, for sure.
Recognizing the member for Surrey White Rock.
Okay, I think it should be a pretty simple question to the minister. Can the minister confirm that the number is 0?
Recognizing the Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thanks, Chair. I would say that we're happy to look it up. There are thousands of contracts in the Ministry of Children and Family Development, thousands. A contract, just for the member opposite, a contract for a family resource center would be one very small contract out of all of those thousands of contracts we are delivering. And again, there would have been a comprehensive procurement process that happened at the local level. That was a decision made with the local organizations on how they wanted to deliver services for children and families. I can assure the member, however, that there have been no cuts to services and there have been no cuts to family resource centers.
Recognizing the member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the minister and I have a different definition of what the word cut means. So Samuel Family Place was receiving funding to keep their doors open. And it's a small contract. We're talking about a couple $100,000, right? They're serving hundreds of families, hundreds. Their funding has been cut. The minister can try and find out what the numbers are. The number is 0. And whatever it is, it's not able to keep their doors open. So to me, if you're funding something and you're no longer funding it, I define that as a cut. So the minister can try and say whatever they want, but right now this place is looking at closing its doors because it was getting funding from MCFD that it's no longer getting. That to me is a definition of what a cut is. If you are funding something and then you no longer fund it, you have cut it. So I don't understand. The minister said she's familiar with Samuel Family Place, not familiar with the fact that they're getting $0 from MCFD right now, not familiar with the fact that they are actually having to close their doors on certain days and turn families away. And we're talking about, it is a fairly small contract. So again, to the minister, I define that as a cut. When you're turning families away and no longer providing services, no longer funding important programs, that to me is a cut. So again, I'm going to be a huge advocate because I see the work that they do every day. I see what they do for families that are coming in there. It's very, very important. And the fact is that for the last number of years, this organization has done almost everything they can to try and secure funding. And it's fallen on deaf ears. So again, to the minister, can she please commit today to take a look at Samuel Family Place, and I can assure her that it's an adequate program with great people running it, but this government has left them out in the cold. So I think again to the minister, this is exactly what people are expecting MCFD to be funding. But right now, they are absolutely struggling to keep their doors open. So that means that moms that are on the brink, that are trying to find those few hours to interact with other parents, have their kids interact with other kids, that new immigrants that are coming in, that are having language barriers, that are finding this a safe place, even to get healthy meals. This government has gone completely cold on this group, and I find that completely unacceptable. So I'm hoping through this process, the minister will commit to give this another second look, because this is very, very important, not just to me, but to Surrey and White Rock. And I find it unacceptable. The fact is that they're not even giving any funding to such an important organization.
Recognizing the Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and I really appreciate the members' advocacy for this organization and the care and compassion and advocacy for the programs and services that are delivered through crucial programs like family resource centers. What I would like the member, and I will offer to follow up with the member, but I would encourage the member to understand that family resource programs are a part of a suite of services that are delivered in community with respect to early childhood development and early years services. Those contracts are delivered through organizations. Semi-AMU may have a contractual relationship with another organization. There are decisions that are made at local levels on best how to support the community. And MCFD in general leaves those decisions up to the local organization. So I understand this because I was responsible for contracting many of those programs and services. And I had to make decisions on what programs and services sometimes would have to close a program because of a variety of issues that may not be clear to the member opposite. And so there are right now leasing issues, there is challenges with space, there's a whole wide array of reasons why the local community may make a decision. I will look into the specifics of this particular Family Resource Center and work with the member opposite to provide the information that he needs on why the decisions have been made that have been made.
Recognizing the member for Chilliwack North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the minister. So my next question is, how is the $821 million allocated over 3 years for children in care distributed to alternative care contractors, specifically those involving Indigenous child and family services? And would you please give us a budget breakdown, for example, foster care, specialized homes, independent living programs, or Indigenous-led care homes? Thank you.
Recognizing the Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Chair. I want to first start by answering this question by saying that the budgets for the numbers that we spend on children who are in care in a variety of placements are not static. They change, and they are based on what the need of that child might be. And so children, when they come into contact with the ministry, there needs to be an assessment of what that need is and what type of care that is going to be arranged or that they are going to go into. That care arrangement can also change over time as well. And so what I can say is that the priority that we have and the expectation is always that wherever possible, we ensure that children stay in the care of their family or in kinship care arrangements. And we've done work to harmonize the rates for kinship care with rates for foster care to ensure that family caregivers are being provided the same rates that foster caregivers are provided. So our budget really is driven by the number of care in each of those placements. It changes, and I would also say that our specialized care is very complex and costs far more. And so if for whatever reason a child needs to come into one of those specialized homes, we do have to be dynamic in how we are providing funding because it is based on that child and that need.
Recognizing the member for Chilliwack North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not getting a budget breakdown is what that boils down to. I understand the complexity that this ministry is dealing with. However, I would have thought that there would be certain amounts of money in different buckets that are centralized for each of the individual categories. Anyways, we'll move on. So does MCFD transfer all responsibility of Indigenous children and youth in care through the Child, Family and Services Act, CFSA, to the Indigenous?
Recognizing the Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just want to talk about the uniqueness of this work, and it really is work that the ministry, MCFD, does in collaboration, in partnership, and with Indigenous communities. And so it's a gradient of how we work with Indigenous communities and Indigenous governing bodies. And so we support Indigenous communities to increase their involvement and authority and resume jurisdiction over child welfare through a number of pathways that they can choose. First are through community agreements. These are under Section 92.1 of the CFSA, which pertains to consultation and cooperation with an Indigenous community on child safety work with their families, such as assessments, investigations, development of care plans, and placement decisions when Indigenous children come into care. So that's one pathway. We have delegation enabling agreements under Section 92 of the CFSA, where a director enters into an agreement that delegates any or all of the director's powers, duties, or functions to an Indigenous child and family service agency to deliver family support services and child protection of Indigenous communities. Those delegation agreements are varying based on the Indigenous Child and Family Community Service Agency, the community they're in, and what has been agreed on between that agency and MCFD. There's joint and consent-based decision-making agreements setting out how the province and IG and Indigenous governing bodies share decision-making about child and family services under the CSA and Section 6 and 7 of the Declaration Act. There's also exercising jurisdiction through processes set out in the Federal Act, including those under Section 20, where the Indigenous governing body provides notice of its intention to exercise its legislative authority without a coordination agreement to the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada and the province or territory in which the community is located, or a Section 20.2 where the Indigenous governing body submits notice to the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada and each province or territory in which the Indigenous community wishes to exercise jurisdiction. Exercise jurisdiction to enter into a tripartite coordination agreement in relation to child and family services. Once an agreement is reached, or after a year of reasonable efforts, the Indigenous law will have the force of federal law. Self-governing agreements negotiated with the First Nation, BC's Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, and Canada, such as treaties or reconciliation agreements, and these agreements may also be bilateral between the First Nation and Canada only. And so there are a number of different agreements that we are working with and can certainly provide sort of a breakdown of the Indigenous communities, Indigenous governing bodies, where we have Indigenous child family serving agencies, where we have coordination agreements, and where that work is currently at.
Recognizing the member for Chilliwack North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm just going to preface this next question. With all of the agencies and different organizations and responsibilities that the minister has mentioned, I'm going to hearken back to the report called Don't Look Away. And one of the complaints that the director stated was that it didn't seem like the right hand knew what the left hand was doing, which led ultimately to the death of this 10-year-old boy in that report. And there are so many moving parts and so many players in this ministry. I have, from the moment I received this portfolio, I began a quest for a flow chart. And it's impossible. There is no means of a flow chart, or none that's been provided to me. So ultimately, my question then is, what responsibility does the MCFD retain in this big web of people where these Indigenous children who are at great risk are concerned?
Recognizing the Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I would start by saying that we have a collective responsibility with respect to the safety and well-being of children and youth in this province. The representative of children and youth would say that. Often I've heard her say that we need to take a cross-government approach in the way that we ensure the safety and well-being. That includes our education system, our healthcare system, and MCFD. To the member's question around accountability, I would start by saying that, I gave a long list of the varying different ways that Indigenous, like First Nations, Indigenous governing bodies, and Indigenous child family community service agencies may provide services to Indigenous children. It's varying, and wherever the Indigenous governing body or agency does not provide service, it is MCFD's responsibility to ensure that that service is provided. It's also expected that anytime a child, just to give an example, if a child was in need of interaction with a social worker, that the co-development of our work with Indigenous, with First Nations, was really about ensuring that there is a seamless system of support. So if a social worker was working with an Indigenous child was in need of protection or need of support, once that social worker concluded that there was a First Nation or involvement from a nation, that social worker doesn't just step away. They also coordinate and communicate and work with that nation to ensure that all of the services that are required for that child are being provided. And so really, it is a collective responsibility, and it's one that can be complex for sure. And I have had the opportunity to meet with Indigenous family community serving agencies, to meet at our local offices with local social workers who talk about the very important collaborative work that they do together. And certainly I think that there are a lot of work that's being done right now in partnership to discuss roles and responsibilities, ways of communicating so that children don't fall through the cracks.
Recognizing the member for Chilliwack North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, to the Minister. What means of accountability is provided to MCFD, the government, the public, regarding follow-up data and accountability for the Indigenous children?
Recognizing the Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think that I've understood the question, but I'm going to ask the member to just clarify the question again, please.
Recognizing the member for Chilliwack North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll just read the question again. Okay, so what means of accountability is provided to MCFD, the government, the public, regarding follow-up data and accountability from the agents, from the providers, for the money?
Recognizing the Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And the answer to this question really depends on what domain we are talking about with respect to delivery of services. And so if we are talking about Indigenous child, family, and community, or Indigenous child, family serving agencies, those agencies have Aboriginal operation practice standards and indicators that they are required to abide by and work with the ministry to provide reports and outcomes and data with respect to those agencies. If we're talking about Indigenous governing bodies, where they have exercised their own laws. And I just want to be very clear that I believe in the inherent right that of Indigenous jurisdiction, that First Nations have every right to care for, to raise and to love their own children in accordance with their laws. And when a First Nation has struck their own laws, MCFD would not have oversight. With respect to MCFD agencies and organizations and data and accountability, there are a number of things with respect to that. We have oversight bodies that are independent from this legislature. We've talked about the Representative of Children and Youth, the ombudsperson, the OAG. We also have our public portal that reports on numbers of children and youth served, outcomes. There are rigorous reporting standards for contractors across MCFD that report on the number of children served, their outcomes, service hours, and so it really it is dependent on the service. It is dependent on what the relationship is with MCFD and the contracted agency, or in the situation of a First Nation exercising their inherent rights.
Recognizing the member for Chilliwack North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the Minister. First of all, just a point of clarification. What is OAG?
Of the Auditor, oh, sorry, Chair.
Recognizing the Minister.
The Office of the Auditor General.
Recognizing the member for Chilliwack North.
Thank you so much. So we know we have MCFD, we have nations, and they, through the MCFD, nations has contractors. I guess what I'm asking is, if we have if there is a contractor who has a really bad track record, where is the accountability? Who is ultimately responsible, especially if it's through nations? And I concur with the minister in that is the ultimate goal, is to have the Indigenous families looking after their own. Obviously, that is what we all want. However, when there are contractors who are hired who have a bad track record, at what point is there data, is there follow-up? Does MCFD step in and say, okay, hold on a second, time out, we are seeing that we're not getting good results here? I mean, where does the buck stop, basically, is what I'm asking.
Recognizing the Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Chair. So firstly, any child, Indigenous or non-Indigenous, that receives services under the Child, Family and Community Services Act, ultimately, MCFD is accountable and responsible for those services. So whether that is ICFSA or a ministry contracted organization that isn't ICFSA. I'm going to get tired of using acronyms. Indigenous Child Family Serving Agency. And so ultimately MCFD is responsible for that. There are practice audits that occur, and where there is needed adjustments to practice or any sort of quality assurance or things that need to be changed, MCFD would work closely with that Indigenous Child Family Serving Agency. Where services are delivered under Indigenous law, we would not intervene in any sort of contractor. I would say that we also have, like I mentioned before, the standards and indicators that Indigenous Child Family Serving Agencies are responsible for. Also, when those agencies contract with another provider to provide a home, the contract overseeing those contracts are in the purview of the delegated agency. And so there are times where those contracts are discontinued or other contractors are used.
Recognizing the member for Chilliwack North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the Chair to the Minister. The RCY stated in No Time to Wait, Part 2, that a review of the workforce capacity of the Indigenous Child and Family Service agencies would require a separate and distinct approach. In light of the fact that approximately 2/3 of all children in care are Indigenous, when can we expect the Minister to address the concerns coming out of the Don't Look Away report?
Recognizing the Minister of Children and Family Development.
I just want some clarification from the member opposite. Is she inquiring about the Don't Look Away report or the No Time to Wait report?
Recognizing the member for Chilliwack North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the Minister. It was the No Time to Wait report that I was referring to.
Recognizing the Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would say, so in respect to No Time to Wait, the No Time to Wait Part 2 was launched or was released in February. There are a number of actions that are underway. Within weeks of the No Time to Wait Part 2 report, the ministry released a comprehensive workforce plan that addresses a number of the recommendations by the representative children and youth. Can certainly provide that workforce plan to the member opposite. We also undertook rigorous health and safety planning based on some of the feedback with ministry staff. We have increased our direct workforce up to 20%. The two-year staffing levels have increased year over year since the pandemic, and so that was really comprehensive work that the ministry has done, really important work to ensure that we're supporting a wide range of work that our social workers do and the recommendations of the representative of children and youth. We know that there is quite a bit more work to be done with respect to our direct service staff. I've had the opportunity over the last number of months to go around the province, the Lower Mainland, Kelowna, to visit social workers, protection social workers, resource social workers, CYSN social workers, team leads, to hear directly from them about the important work that they do, to hear about the challenges that they're facing and the supports that they need going forward. We've been able to talk about the things that are going well, the investments that they are seeing happening in the workforce, training opportunities, incentives to recruit more social workers, things that we need to do to retain our workforce. This is vitally important work as we move forward, and it's ongoing, and I can provide the workforce data to the member opposite.
Member for Chilliwack North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the minister. Thank you. I would appreciate any and all data that you have. That would be great. I'm just going to circle back to the last question that I asked about responsibility. So for clarification, if Nations had hired a contractor who, under their watch or jurisdiction, was continually under their watch, had children die, abuse take place, generally speaking, a very bad reputation. Is it your contention that MCFD has no jurisdiction and would not take any jurisdiction in that situation?
Recognizing the Minister of Children and Family Development.
I just want to clarify, Chair, for the member, that Indigenous communities do love their children and have the right to care for their children and to raise their children. And where a First Nation has struck their law, that law is paramount. And so I think we all have a collective responsibility to the well-being of children and youth in this province. Anytime a child or youth is at risk, where the children are receiving services under the Child, Family, and Community Services Act, my ministry has a responsibility. First Nations laws are paramount in this province, so I just want to clarify that.
Members, we shall take a 10-minute break and return at 4:38 p.m. This committee's in recess.
So I call Committee of Supplies Section A back to order. We are currently considering the budget estimates of the Ministry of Children and Family Development, and I now recognize the member for Chilliwack North.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the chair. So I just have to go back to the question that we were discussing. I didn't ever contend that people didn't love their own children. That is obviously, they are precious to them. And, but I'm just wondering, again, this is not a matter of law. This is a matter of responsibility. And if a known contractor is not providing good care and actually jeopardizing the lives, whose responsibility ultimately is it when children's lives are lost, as has been the case?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I need to correct the member opposite because this is a matter of law. the responsibility that we have as the ministry. We are responsible under the Child, Family, and Community Services Act to provide services to all children in the province with respect to their safety and well-being. Where a First Nation or Indigenous governing body has struck their own law, we do not have oversight. And that is crucially important to understand. We have a government to government relationship with First Nations who have struck their own law. So it absolutely is a matter of law. With respect to concerns about care providers providing services contracted by Indigenous community serving agencies or organization contracted by MCFD to provide a service, there are the first and foremost, anytime there is a concern, the expectation is that that concern is reported. That is also written into our Child, Family, and Community Services law. Where there is a concern about the service delivery or a contractor, we have protocol investigations. And so those investigations happen in real time. When an investigation occurs, there is recommendations that are made out of that investigation. Where there are contractors contracted by a delegated agency, that delegated agency is a part of that investigation and makes a decision about that contractor. And so, we take these concerns very seriously. And then as far as oversight and accountability goes, MCFD is accountable to our oversight bodies, to the representative of children and youth, to the ombudsperson, to the auditor general, and to the public. And I think, we've seen in this session so far that when there is a concern, when there is something that happens to a child or a youth that is heartbreaking and concerning, that I as the minister have to answer questions about that our ministry is held accountable to that. And so I think that happens on a regular basis.
Recognizing the member from Penticton Summerland.
Thank you through the chair to the minister for that answer. If I could just clarify what the question is. In this case, we're talking about a hypothetical scenario where there's full jurisdiction. So the delegated Indigenous agency has their own laws. So according to what I'm understanding from the minister, it's no longer under the CFCSA. It's under their laws, full jurisdiction. In that case, if there's a problem, after there's been an investigation, if I'm understanding what the minister just said, that it would be reportable, an investigation would take place. Should no changes occur to the quality of the outcomes after that investigation, what, if any, mechanism does MCFD have to either A, intervene and assure the quality of outcomes, if any, or B, remove funding?
Minister.
I just want to specifically answer the member's question about an Indigenous governing body and a First Nation striking its own law. That would be a government-to-government relationship, similar to BC having I would give a relationship between BC and Alberta. The jurisdiction of Child and Family Services, when an Indigenous governing body and a First Nation has struck their own law, is government to government. We do not have jurisdiction over their children and their families when they have struck their own law.
Member.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you for that answer. I think I'm starting to understand. So in other words, once jurisdiction is fully vested in the Indigenous governing body, it is lost forever vis-a-vis MCFD and the government of British Columbia, correct?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. It's a little bit more nuanced than how the member has described. Where Indigenous governing body of First Nation has struck their own laws with respect to child and family services and the delivery of those services pursuant to those laws, they are accountable for those services. And so we have a situation where we have a multi-jurisdictional approach to jurisdiction that are different in every single situation. And so where we have coordination agreements with First Nations, we work closely with them as they exercise their own laws and jurisdiction. We work collaboratively with those nations to ensure that there is an ongoing understanding of how services will be delivered and how we will work in partnership or alongside. And it really is up to the First Nation to determine how and what they want that to look like.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what you're actually telling us is the story of the boy in Don't Look Away, which was written about July 2024.
Member, if I can remind you to refer to the minister rather than you, what the minister is telling us.
sorry. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
I do
thank you.
appreciate your help on that.
Certainly. So the minister's contention then would be that this report is nobody's fault. Nobody's fault. And the boy was in a home under nation's jurisdiction, and yet he was tortured and he was murdered. And MCFD says, well, nations have their own laws and we don't interfere. But ultimately, this boy falls under MCFD
If I may interrupt
jurisdiction.
for just
Sorry.
a minute, member.
Yes?
Please, no props in the room, and that's considered a prop.
Oh,
Waving the
okay.
report around is considered a prop.
Certainly, no
Thank you
problem.
so much.
Yep, thank you. I mean, I don't know how much further I want to go on this line of questioning. It seems preposterous to me. So I'll ask another question. So what role do Indigenous communities play in the decision-making process regarding placement of Indigenous children in care?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I disagree completely with the premise of the member's question and have to clarify a couple of things because I think that the member has misunderstood what has happened, what happened in the Don't Look Away report in the case of Colby, and misunderstood what jurisdiction actually is. The First Nation did not have jurisdiction with respect to the services being provided to the child in that report. And so the services that were being provided in that situation, MCFD was responsible. Those were services that were delivered under the Child, Family, and Community Services Act. And I think the line of questioning is concerning and can do incredible damage to First Nations communities that have an inherent right to care for their own children. The Don't Look Away report was a collective failure of multiple different places in government, in community, and there were multiple times, and the representative of children and youth rightly points out that there were multiple touch points where we could have done better for Colby and his family. It is a devastating outcome to something that should have never happened. However, I need to underscore that that was not, absolutely not, a failure of jurisdiction or a First Nations inherent right to care for their own children and to deliver their services the way that they deem that those services should be delivered in their community. And that is exactly one of the recommendations that the representative of children and youth made in that report, was ensuring that one of the recommendations that she made was to ensure that MCFD did the work necessary with nations, with Indigenous governing bodies, to ensure that we did a better job of looking at communications, information sharing, roles and responsibilities, how we work with nations. We have canvassed the various agreements that nations can pursue, but I really have to underscore that the Don't Look Away report was a collective responsibility of everybody, and those services were being delivered under the Child, Family, and Community Services Act.
Member.
Thank you. And so that was my preamble, and so then I asked the question, what role do Indigenous communities play in the decision-making process regarding the placement of Indigenous children in care?
Minister.
Thank you. So there are multiple different scenarios and multiple different roles that Indigenous, First Nation, Indigenous community, and the ministry plays in the placement of a child in a variety of different ways. So the process can be very complex. When a child or youth is when a report gets made, when there's a concern for protection, the first step is always that a social worker investigates that report. Wherever possible, they will do safety planning with that family to ensure that the child can stay connected to their family, and then work with that family on the potential supports or services that they may need. When a child is needed to come into care because of safety concerns, the social worker needs to let the nation involved know that child has come into care, and then there is a hearing where there is a process where the feedback from the family, the nation, and if the child is old enough and appropriate, that feedback comes into place on the placement of that child and where it is best suited for that child to go. My expectation is wherever possible, that child is placed connected to their community, their culture, and their family. With respect to the placements, there are home studies that are done for providers. There are criminal record checks. Placement families, individuals are screened and assessed for the appropriateness of the placement. And like I said, wherever possible, we try to ensure that that child is kept connected to their family and their community.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, maybe this is an easy one. Through the chair to the minister, how many Indigenous children in care are being cared for in and or by their community?
Minister.
For the number, we had 3,277 Indigenous children in care. Of those 3,277 children, 1,603 were in out-of-care agreements, meaning in kinship care or in community. Of important note that 87% of Indigenous children in care were able to reunite with their families. And also the numbers of children in care are broken down between Indigenous and non-Indigenous on our public portal that is available to members opposite and the general public.
Member.
Thank you, through the chair, thank you for that answer. 87% is an encouraging number, absolutely. How many Indigenous children are missing right now?
Minister.
So thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Chair. Of the Indigenous children who are under care of the Director through the Child, Family and Community Services Act, there are currently no missing children in care that do not have contact with a caregiver or guardianship worker in some form.
Member.
Thank you for that answer. I may come back to that. So what safety and precautionary measures have been implemented to ensure that the health and safety of Indigenous children in care so that injuries and deaths are reduced, or better yet, no longer occur at all?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm going to talk about Indigenous children and by extension, all children that are in, that we, MCFD is responsible through the Indigenous, or the Saved by the Bell. Well,
I'll draw the committee's attention to the fact that division has been called in the chamber. So we will take a recess at this time and reconvene immediately after the chamber finishes the vote. Thank you so much. See you. I call Committee of Supplies, Section A, back to order. We are currently considering the budget estimates of the Ministry of Children and Family Development, and I now recognize the member for Chilliwack North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so in the early years of Colby's life, this is the person from, the fictitious name of the person from Don't Look Away. One of the difficulties identified was the hardship for his parents who could not afford specialized formula, costing $200 a month, which forced them to water down the formula that he was being given. What actions have been taken to ensure financial hardship in circumstances such as this are addressed today? And I'm going to add two more parts to this. What is the ministry doing to help struggling families with early intervention and prevention strategies with, of course, the Indigenous nations? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to start by just saying that our budget for child safety, family supports, the historical budget. So when we came into government in 2017, the budget was $603 million. This year, our budget is $1.327 billion. And so we have made incredible investments in supports for children and families. There are a couple of things with in response to the question. Medically complex children in our province are eligible for our at-home program, where specialized formula would be paid for the family, and so it's hard. One of the things that we know from the Don't Look Away report is that even when services and supports are available, those services and supports are hard to navigate, and families don't always know what they have access to. And so we need to do a better job of ensuring, that navigation and coordination of services is available. Our direct workforce, our social workers also have access to discretionary funding. And so when they are working with a family that has financial hardships or needs additional support, there is discretionary funding available. We haven't always clearly communicated that policy in a way that social workers all understand. And so we've done work to address that issue from the Don't Look Away report, and that recommendation will be complete by June. I would also just say that there are a number of support programs and preventative programs that are delivered in our communities. And so there's family preservation and reunification programs in community when there is a concern of a child that may need protection. A social worker can refer to some of these programs in the community. Those family support workers can work with families to refer them to other programs. And so, as an example, in my community, when we have a preservation and reunification program, those family support workers can work with a family directly and refer them to parenting programs, things like Nobody's Perfect, Mother Goose programs. They can connect them with tenant support or look at their housing situation. We talked a little bit earlier about the family resource programs where families come together and can access various things, get connected to the local food bank. There are so many programs and services that are delivered in our communities. And I know from experience that sometimes it's incredibly difficult to navigate or access, or we don't do the best job of supporting families to know how to get what they need. And so we are working consistently in the ministry to ensure that we do a better job of providing support to families early on so they don't end up in crisis. The example that the member gives of a family not having access to formula is an example of just a heart-wrenching thing that didn't need to happen. And so I think that that's a part of, a number of the things that I mentioned when we began estimates today on my mandate and the different direction that we need to take in this ministry is all a part of what the member speaks of.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the frank answer from the minister. Also from the report, Don't Look Away, one senior staffer shared the possibility that MCFD social workers might have had concerns but didn't feel safe to speak up for fear of being labeled racist. Are there whistleblower safety measures in place so that information is shared regarding children's best interests and ensuring that the needs of the children come first?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, it's important to outline that every single British Columbian has a responsibility under the Child, Family and Community Services Act to report when they feel a child is unsafe, whether that be a social worker, an MLA in this House, a teacher, anybody that feels that there are concerns is required by law to report that concern. And contravention of that law can come with a fine, and it's taken incredibly seriously. So we also have what is called our provincial centralized screening, and there is a robust large team in place around our provincial centralized screening where social workers can report, where community members can report, and that is all anonymous. And so even if you identify yourself through that report, you stay anonymous through that reporting process. And I am actually incredibly impressed with our provincial centralized screening. It is a incredibly important tool that we have in this province, and receives hundreds of thousands of calls a year. I have personal experience using the screening myself. So that is just the responsibility that people have in the province. With respect to whistleblower policy, our public service agency has a government-wide whistleblower policy, and every ministry has an ethics advisor for all staff to access. And so, these are robust policies that staff are aware of, and there should not be a concern for any sort of reprisal or reprimand for reporting a concern.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Minister. So these policies were in place during the time frame of the Don't Look Away report, and yet this comes right out of Don't Look Away. So obviously, it is a problem, and I know I'm well acquainted with the whistleblower policy that came into place through this government, being on the Board of Education and the changes that were made. So I guess it's there, and that's great, but monitoring perhaps might be something that this government might want to be interested in if there is confidence, because this was in place when Don't Look Away was written. So I'm just going to move to a different question. What type of safeguards have been put in place to prevent those with sexual abuse charges from being contractors for MCFD?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So firstly, it's the ministry's policy that staff, MCFD direct staff or contracted staff have vulnerable person criminal record checks. Those are higher intensity and look into individuals more deeply with respect to criminality than a regular community criminal record check. Those criminal record checks are centrally done, and so each person that has that criminal record check or it follows the person. So it isn't about the contracted agency. If there's a person that works at one contracted agency and then moves, their criminal record check follows them, and MCFD has access to that centrally. We also have regular audits of criminal record checks. Contracted agencies that are contracted for over $500,000 with MCFD are required to go through an accreditation process. That accreditation process would include ensuring that all employees of that contracted agency have criminal records on file. If an agency didn't have criminal records on file, that could jeopardize their continued contract.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the minister. So in Don't Look Away, the couple fictitiously named Stacy and Graham were being recommended for permanent custody, and they actually had, there was a record of sexual assault in I believe it was Graham's records. So what action has this ministry taken to ensure that there are adequate processes in place to be followed to prevent such an atrocity from happening again? Now, I know the minister has just stated that there is a process, but that process was in place when this situation happened as well. So what further actions can the ministry take to prevent this from happening again and holding all accountable?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I want to acknowledge, and we have acknowledged, that what happened to Colby shouldn't happen to any child. And that the things that were missed for him and his family were devastating. I share with the member that when I read the report, I was horrified and, it's just a horrific situation. There's a couple of things that we have done to ensure that oversight happens in a better and different way. And so one of the things is establishing a caregiver registry where there is one central place that there's provincial oversight for caregivers that includes all of the screening and the prevention things that I mentioned. I think that there are lots of examples where we have that in other service delivery where it does really provide a tool and an ability for service providers to look someone up and ensure that they are qualified and credentialed. So we have like the ECE registry. In the autism community, we have the autism service provider registry where people can go on that registry and look up a service provider and ensure that they have what they say they have. And so ensuring that we have this caregiver registry is one piece of provincial oversight that will help with respect to this. We also are now able to audit in real time, ensuring all contracted care have what I mentioned in way of criminal record checks and standards. We implemented a standardized electronic tool for documenting and tracking visits for children and youth in and out of care. And so at any point in time, staff can go into the system and pull up a child's file and look at when a visit occurred, what happened at the visit, and whether we are ensuring that is happening in the timelines to prevent, unfortunately, the tragedy that was outlined in the Don't Look Away report.
Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to now turn it over to my colleague, MLA Boltby, who will take some additional time.
Just have 2-minute recess, just so I get a podium.
We will have a short recess. If everybody could be back in their seats, I'm going to say 5 minutes. 2 minutes is just, I can't work with 2 minutes. I call Committee of Supplies, Section A, back to order. We are currently considering the budget estimates of the Ministry of Children and Family Development, and I recognize the member for Penticton-Summerland.
Thank you, through the chair. Just to cap off my friend's line of questioning before I get into a different topic, can the minister, through the chair, can the minister please provide, expressed as a number, how much provincial funding is allocated to delegated Indigenous agencies or Indigenous governing bodies? So whether it's full jurisdiction and they have control over their own affairs, or whether it's a half delegation, please let us know, expressed as a number, what the funding annually is.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I want to just express that for the numbers that I'm providing, they're for child, family, and community services serving agencies. It's for 2023, 2024. And the reason that is that we're using that number is because we provide funding based on in real time as well, based on caseload. And so that number would be reported out. I would be able to get you access to that number once we know what we're providing based on the caseload in Indigenous serving agencies. So for that year, we spent $247 million on child and family safety services, so children and care services. That we provide other sources of funding to Indigenous child family serving agencies for programming that wouldn't be included in that line item. So those might be different types of programming related to children and youth with support needs, family support type programming. That's not included in that number. With respect to Indigenous governing bodies, it's 13 million for coordination and community agreements.
Member.
Thank you through the chair. I appreciate that answer. Taking a look at the voted appropriations, a lot of them in the description say that it also includes transfers to Indigenous governing bodies. So it sounds like, based on the minister's answer, in addition to those numbers that I was just provided, that there are embedded in other line items, other transfers as well. So I would appreciate a follow-up after estimates with the total number up till today's date, please. Chair, since the Premier was sworn in November 2022, the Ministry of Children and Family Development has issued approximately 127 contracts over 10,000, totaling more than 35.5 million. While some contracts may have supported aspects of service delivery, nearly half that total, approximately 15 million, has been spent on 5 high-priced consultants. These funds were not used to directly hire frontline staff or expand access to care. Instead, they were spent on external firms, often with little public visibility. This reflects a pattern of choices that favor bureaucracy and consultants over frontline services and the children who rely on them. While families across the province wait months for mental health supports, while social workers report crushing caseloads, and while children with support needs remain stuck in limbo, this government is quietly spending millions on consultants to develop strategy documents, internal evaluations, and frameworks, not to deliver direct care. Chair, I had a series of questions seeking to elicit numbers associated with particular contracts, but I was informed at the break that that level of granularity is not available to us. So with the chair's discretion, I'll give a small overview. The numbers speak for themselves. Deloitte, one of the largest global consulting firms, secured $2.3 million across 5 contracts. KPMG received $1.37 million through just 2 contracts. MNP, a frequent fixture in NDP outsourcing, was paid nearly $600,000 for 3 contracts. Elevate Consulting was issued 9 separate contracts totaling $1.85 million. But the largest share, over $9 million, or approximately 1/4 of all contracted amounts, went to one firm alone, Deepkin Enterprises, through 15 separate contracts. While this unfolds, the ministry continues to sign off on contract after contract with external consultants. Meanwhile, this year's budget quietly cuts $4.1 million from adoption services. Chair, this raises a fundamental question. If the government has $15 million to spend on 5 high-priced consultants, why isn't that money being used to hire more clinicians, fund more respite care, support the frontline workers holding this system together, or reverse the cuts to adoption services? Chair, the priority should be getting services to children, not getting invoices to consultants. With that, What specific services has Deakin Enterprises been contracted to provide under its contracts with the ministry? And why was this particular vendor selected so frequently over others?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start by just saying that wherever possible, we use in-house support for a wide variety of things. When we are looking at large systems changes and transforming how we deliver programs and services, and I'll get to the list of things that we have done, it is important for us to look at how can we do that in the most effective, efficient, and least costly as possible. And so we have a stringent and robust procurement process that looks at those very things and has criteria whenever we are going to use a third party or contract with a provider or a consultant. I want to talk about adoption services because there has been no cuts to adoption services, and in general there actually hasn't been any cuts at all to any services in MCFD. We saw a $321 million increase to this ministry this year, and since we formed government, we have invested year over year more than I think probably the decades before. The way that adoption services happen in this province, the landscape of adoption services have changed. There are less children being adopted because there are more children that are staying with their families. We have seen the biggest decrease to children in care than over a decade. And so we are spending less on adoption. It doesn't mean we are cutting services. The landscape has changed, and how we deliver services in our provinces changes over time. I also just want to say that we have had big policy shifts in this ministry since forming government. One example is our SAGE program, our Strengthening Adults and Journeys to Empowerment. When we formed government, there were very few young adults that were getting services into adulthood when they turned 19. We went from seeing approximately 600 young adults being supported to almost 4,000 young adults. We transformed that program, and those types of project management and change management take resources to be able to implement and deliver. And so, like I said, wherever possible, we do things in-house. And actually, there are times where contracting is actually a cost-saving exercise because we need temporary support. We don't need to add staffing internally. These are projects that happen over a period of time, and the project is done, the change management is done, and then we no longer need those services. And so I just want to reiterate, we have not had any cuts to my ministry or any services in the ministry.
Member.
With all due respect, I didn't hear an answer to my question. My question was, what specific services has Deakin Enterprises been contracted to provide, and why was this particular vendor selected so frequently over others?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. A couple things. The contracting out that the member is pointing to is $8.4 million this year out of a $2.4 billion budget. With respect to the particular provider, we have core policies and procedures in government with respect to procurement and contracting. The Deakin Enterprises that the member mentions went through an open procurement and selection process. And so there is criteria in that process that any vendor can bid for a contract, and there is a evaluation of that. And so if there was someone that got a contract, it was because of that open and clear process. I would also say, so with respect to some of the things that Deakin Enterprises has supported the ministry with, we have implemented a specialized homes and support services, which is, we contracted the same way for these services for over 30 years. A transformation of how we do that work is a massive undertaking. It's a massive change management. It involves many different contracted agencies, and so they did some work around that. We are doing quite a bit of work on co-development of a funding model with respect to jurisdiction and First Nations, and just a couple things as a part of some of the recommendations out of the No Time to Wait workload modeling tool, and looking at how we're looking at workload. So there's a number of tools, engagements that need to happen, and so those are just a couple of the things that Deakin Enterprises was engaged on.
Member.
Thank you through the chair. Listening to what the minister has just given us a few examples that Deakin does, with respect to developing a model of funding for Indigenous jurisdiction, my understanding is that there was a report done on this quite some time ago, and that the funding model chosen was block funding. In other words, lump sums of funding passed along without specific line items. Do I have that wrong?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that's incorrect. The funding model is currently being co-developed with First Nations. It's a commitment that we made under our DRIPA action plan. It would be premature to talk about what that funding model includes, and it's under development.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you through the chair. I'm going to return to my line of questioning on Deakin and contracts, but since the minister brought up staffing modeling, I believe she said is something Deakin was doing, I'd like to ask about the workforce modeling tool that the ministry developed and was fully developed in 2019. In fact, I would like to know what in particular that tool cost. On April 16th, at the meeting of the Select Standing Committee of Children and Youth, Alan Marquardt, Executive Lead for Legislation and Special Initiatives at the Office of the Representative for Children and Youth, shared deeply concerning information. about the ministry's longstanding workforce challenges. He confirmed that in 2019, MCFD developed and implemented a workload measurement tool that found the ministry needed 636 additional full-time positions to achieve 85% compliance with practice standards. So that's not full compliance, that's 85%. And yet between 2019 and 2024, the workforce grew by only 3%. And despite this well-documented need, the ministry abandoned the tool. So my question is, what did that tool cost? And why was it abandoned in 2019, necessitating Deepkin to do that work apparently over again?
recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. I want to just express that some of the numbers that were read with respect to the Select Standing Committee are not in alignment with some of the numbers that the ministry has with respect to workforce. And happy to loop back with the representative of children and youth and the member opposite on some of those numbers. I would say in response to the workload tool that was mentioned was a tool that was developed in 2016. Since that time, social work has changed fundamentally. The profession has evolved fundamentally. How we are working with Indigenous governing bodies and how we have to do our work in coordination with First Nations has drastically changed. And so the tool itself from 2016 has been stood down. The work with Deacon is to look at what things, as a recommendation of the Don't Look Away report or the No Time to Wait report, is what things can we use from that, learn from that, and how do we move forward better. But since the tool that the member opposite was talking about, things have changed drastically.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, through the chair. We can loop back on the matter of 85 versus 100% compliance. But as it relates to the workload management tool, somebody in this meeting asked Alan Marquardt, who was the witness, why MCFD stopped using the tool and whether it was because it was creating an administrative burden or was no longer useful. And he responded, no, I don't think that was the reason it stopped. It's a bit of a mystery as to why it stopped. I don't know if this is true, but I used to be an ADM at MCFD. I suspect they didn't want it documented how short they were. So with respect to the work that Deepkin is now doing, since according to the minister, this workload tool has been abandoned for some years now, what is Deepkin forecasting that MCFD requires in terms of FTEs?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. It would be premature for us to identify the number of FTEs required currently, and particularly before we implement the recommendations of the No Time to Wait report. We are in the early stages of looking at the workload tool, and to that end, looking at the lessons learned, what needs to be changed, what needs to be adapted. But what I can say is that we are doing a number of pieces of work to address the no time to wait. We've seen an almost 20% increase, as I've mentioned before, in ministry staffing levels with year-over-year increases. The exit rates for staff in 2022 totaled 1,300 employees in 2022, and that decreased to 792 employees in 2024. And so, I think there is work to be done, absolutely, in looking at historically what has worked or what hasn't worked in development of what we need in the future. But I think it's premature to give a number when we have to implement recommendations, consult with our frontline staff, do a lot of very large pieces of work before we can get to that place.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you through the chair. With all due respect to the minister, it doesn't make sense to me that the recommendations would have to be implemented and then you figure out how many FTEs you need. That seems very cart before the horse. You're going to have to figure out how many FTEs you need in order to implement those recommendations. So I'm assuming that this deliverable is somewhere in the contractual relationship with Deakin. So what is the timeline? When can the public expect to have that report back from Deakin telling us how many FTEs we need in the ministry?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that we aren't waiting for a new tool or a report from Deakin at this time, that our consultation with Deakin has been about the tool that was stood down, the learnings from that, how the workforce has changed, and significantly since 2016 and to that time. I would also say that our ministry's workforce plan addresses many of the recommendations. So work is underway to look at our onboarding processes, see where opportunities exist and expand new hire training, completing feasibility analysis around regulation of social workers, expanding the I can't say that word. Cumulative stress management program to be available in all program areas. Our health and safety action plan has been developed and will be fully implemented. Looking at the Guardian Minds at Work survey administered every 2 years to gain feedback from staff, revise the incentive strategy and submit to the Public Service Agency as bargaining, increase emphasis on ensuring cultural events and invitations are distributed to staff, encouraged to participate, developing mentorship positions. These are all things that are underway and is a comprehensive part of the workforce strategy that isn't just about, like, yes, increases to direct service staff, but there were a number of recommendations made that our ministry is implementing and committed to.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you through the chair for that answer. I find it very surprising that social work has changed so much in those ensuing years. You would think that if that were the case, that there would be a slew of people leaving social work because it no longer fit the job description for which they were hired, and that we would be seeing a total radical change in job descriptions being put out for social workers. And to my knowledge, that hasn't happened. Before I move on, I would just like to note that I have not yet received an answer as to what the original workload tool cost. If that information is not available, I would appreciate it in follow-up. Of the 5 major consulting firms, Deakin Enterprises, Deloitte, KPMG, MNP, and Elevate Consulting, how many of these contracts were awarded through a sole source or limited competitive process? And if so, what justification was provided for not opening those contracts to public competition?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you. So we're going to have to go back and look and provide the information once we have had a chance to take a look at that. What I will say is that, again, we follow all of the policies and procedures around procurement. We proactively disclose any time that situation might occur with respect to what the member is meaning with respect to sole source. And then anyone can once they see that proactive disclosure, can challenge that. And so there are processes that we use in the ministry that are call for responses, where providers are pre-qualified based on their qualifications. And in situations where there is no other, firm, organization, entity available to do the particular type of work that we are procuring, then there would be an award. And again, that would be proactively disclosed and can be challenged by the public or another organization or firm at any time.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you through the chair. I appreciate that answer, and I will follow up with the minister's office to get some further detail, in particular what the timeline and procedure is for challenging such a contract. I have a series of questions that I'll be following up with the minister's office regarding some details on how they decide when a project requires external consulting rather than being completed by internal public servants. Especially for core policy and planning functions, as she alluded to from the Don't Look Away report. That being said, noting the hour, I'd like to turn to a little bit of a contracting matter, which is, what does MCFD pay monthly and annually in legal fees?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to provide the member opposite with the annual amount because it would fluctuate monthly in a way that would be difficult to break down. So the annual amount spent, or this year, 30 million. More than half of that is spent on Directors' Council, and so that would be for local legal matters when there's a court hearing with respect to child safety, with respect to custody, things like that. We also fund independent legal advice for children who are in care, and we fund mediation services for families as well.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you through the chair. And would the minister be able to provide me with the number or proportion of that 30 million that is not Directors' Council, not independent legal advice, not everyday corporate matters, but rather ongoing litigation?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. 4.5 million for litigation.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you through the chair. And is that a pretty typical annual cost for litigation for MCFD, or does it vary over, say, the last 5 years to a great degree, more than 1 million, let's say?
Recognizing the minister.
We can get the numbers for the last 5 years. It fluctuates and we don't have those numbers handy.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you through the chair. I would appreciate that. My next question is, what has MCFD paid in either court-ordered or out-of-court settlements over the last 5 years?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. The Ministry of Children and Family Development doesn't pay settlements. It's done through the Ministry of Finance, through the Ministry of Crown Proceedings Act, and that question would be better directed towards that ministry.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, through the chair. Speaking of staffing, according to page 82 of the November 2024 Ministry Transition Binder, approximately 77% of the ministry's 5,500 staff are classified as direct service employees. The remaining 23 are identified as administrative support, excluded management, or other corporate roles. The transition binder further acknowledges that the average employee age is 43.5 years with an average tenure of nearly 10 years, an indicator that significant succession planning challenges are on the horizon in addition to lack of retention. As outlined on page 85 of the transition binder, the ministry references a range of recruitment efforts and incentive programs, including incentive pay, regional support measures, and staff wellness initiatives, but it does not present a measurable or fully developed strategy for rebuilding the frontline workforce at the scale required to meet the current demand, and external oversight bodies have validated these concerns. In No Time to Wait Part 1, released in July 2024, the representative for children and youth described MCFD's social worker workforce as being in a state of crisis, marked by persistent and substantial understaffing, unmanageable workloads, an inability to meet practice standards, and an unhealthy work environment characterized by undue stress, burnout, and fear. No Time to Wait Part 2, released in February 2025, echoed those findings, confirming that the same conditions still exist. On page 24, the report highlights supervision and mentorship gaps across the province, with frontline staff reporting inconsistent access to support and team leaders too overwhelmed to provide meaningful guidance. Despite internal recognition and repeated external warnings, the ministry still lacks a measurable plan to stabilize, support, and scale its workforce. Until that happens, service expansion efforts will continue to run aground, not because of ambition, but because of capacity. Chair, according to page 82 of the November 2024 transition binder, 77% of MCFD staff are working in frontline service roles. Can the minister explain why nearly 1/4 of the ministry's staffing resources are allocated to non-service delivery roles, given the large number of children who remain unserved?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I appreciate where the question comes from. I think that we can recognize the incredible importance of direct service staff in providing particularly the very important services for children and family development. But I have to point out that there's a number of staff and there are a number of functions of the ministry that are required to actually support those direct service staff. And so we have 8 divisions of the ministry that directly also support service delivery in many different ways. And, you know, I'm someone who comes from direct service delivery and from community where we had direct service staff, but we needed a ton of support around that. With respect to finance and ensuring people get paid, with respect to human resources, with oversight and supervision. You know, we have thousands of direct service staff that need access to technology. Our provincial centralized screening is a really good example of the requirement for IT support. We have policy and litigation that we just sort of overviewed the need for. We have numbers of FTEs that are actually responsible for directly getting payments into the hands of families so that they can access supports and services. Those aren't considered direct service staff. So when we have people that are approving invoices, for example, for autism funding or for the at-home program and medical benefits, when we have people doing work that is around supporting families but not directly supporting families, that's a part of the entire workforce. And, you know, so I recognize that we need to ensure that we have the direct service staff required to deliver these services, but direct service staff can't actually do the important work that they need to do if we don't also have the entire complement of the workforce that needs to support them. We have a whole department around partnerships and Indigenous engagement. Those staff are integral in ensuring that we are transforming our child welfare system and working in partnership with Indigenous community serving agencies. And so I believe in the importance of our entire workforce. Yes, we have more work to do to increase our direct workforce, but the important work that other members of the ministry do is crucial to ensure that that direct service staff can do their work as well.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, through the chair. Where I'm going with this is I believe the RCY identified that the recommended number of case files for a frontline worker, either child protection or social worker, was 17, and the report identified individuals with cases over 80, 150. So my question is, what is the average number of case files per frontline worker, specifically child protection or social workers?
Recognizing the minister.
I just want to recognize that we know that caseloads for a variety of direct service staff in the workforce are high. And this isn't just specific to British Columbia. It's across North America and it's across varying jurisdictions. We have seen unprecedented population growth. An additional 550,000 people come to this province over the last number of years. And so we absolutely are grappling with caseloads and needing to increase our workforce. And so I just want to acknowledge that whether it is a frontline social worker, a speech and language pathologist, a family doctor, a clinical counselor, all of these very important professions in our province, in our country, are struggling with high caseloads. And we are doing everything that we can to recruit regulated professionals in this province. We've made gains as we've canvassed quite a bit, an increase in the direct workforce and the increase in our workforce in general, and we will continue to do that work.
Recognizing the member.
Does the minister have a number for me of the average number of case files per frontline worker?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. A couple of things. So what I can offer to the member is that we can come back and provide a bit of a range of caseload in like a service delivery area, for example. The challenge with talking about caseload in a static way is that it is very varied and very dependent on the type of social worker or direct service staff and the situation and the complement of families that come in through intake. And so, for example, there are guardianship social workers, there are resource social workers, there are family support social workers. So those are all very different types of work that are happening. And then the types of families and children or youth would also be very different and need varying intensities of support. So in general, what I would say, because I had to oversee clinical staff, you would look at caseload in a very holistic way. One staff person may have, and these are just general numbers, a caseload of 5. Someone else may have a caseload of 25, but it's very different based on the needs of those children and those families. And so it's not a static number, and it's not something that is just easily available. But what we can do, we track every single intake that we get through our provincial centralized screening and other areas, and we are able to generally see what we will need based on that, and able to provide a range to the member once staff has been able to go back and get that.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you through the chair. I appreciate what the minister is saying, and I appreciate that there are different types of frontline workers, and it could be anywhere from 5 to 30 cases. However, all the reports that I have read indicate that, without exception, across the board, frontline workers have far more cases than what they are recommended to handle. And in fact, the RCY examined in what proportion of cases frontline workers were actually able to meet their practice standards when it came to documentation, and in the vast majority of cases, they were not able to meet it due to having too many cases. If I wanted to save the ministry $9 million, we could go and figure out how many cases they're all supposed to have, how many they do have, and figure out from there how many FTE from frontline workers and save $9 million from Deacon. But my question is, how many current job openings are posted right now for frontline workers, including child protection and social workers in British Columbia?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. I can say that internally, the ministry moves a lot of staff around based on the needs of the ministry as things change and positions come up, or there is things that we need to do for capacity. What I can also say is that we currently have 45 postings open to the public for direct service staff.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you through the chair. I'm very surprised to hear that the number is 45. That sounds very low to me, given that 6 years ago, we know that we were 600 FTE short. That being said, my question to the minister is how many of the frontline staff are actually social workers as opposed to child protection workers? A number or a percentage, please.
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. So we have 3,800 direct service staff. Of those, 1,010 are child protection direct service staff. And so of those 1,010 child protection service staff, 65% have a degree in social work, and the rest have preferred credentials.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you through the chair. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. So are you saying that out of the 3,800, 1,100 are child protection workers, so they're not social workers, but I'm assuming since the minister is saying they have a degree in social work, 65% have a degree in social work, ostensibly a lot of them could in theory be eligible for registration. Is the minister saying that the other 2,700 are social workers, or are they something else?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you. So to clarify, the roles include things like child protection, resource adoption, children and youth with support need workers, as well as CYMH clinicians and youth justice roles.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you through the chair. I appreciate what the minister has said, but with respect, she's danced around answering my question. In fact, MCFD does not track the number of employees who are registered with the college because it is not required for employment. The college also does not keep up-to-date records on the number of registrants who are MCFD employees. Anecdotally, it is believed that only a small proportion of MCFD child welfare workers are registered, again because it is not a requirement of employment. In 1995, the Gove report, so that's almost 30 years ago, had a strong recommendation that has been repeated in several reports since then, that all child protection workers in British Columbia be social workers. In fact, this government has gone the opposite direction of the Gove recommendations. In 2019, the ministry moved in the opposite direction by expanding accepted educational qualifications for new social workers. I believe it's only 2 years of relevant experience at this time. Data provided by MCFD indicates that 82% of current child welfare staff have a preferred credential, with 72% of those having a bachelor's of social work. This translates into 58% of the current complement of child welfare staff appearing to qualify for registration with the college. I believe one of the last reports from RCY said that in order to close this gap and achieve the goal of having 100% social worker registrants, it would, even if all the resource were poured into it, take 10 years. So my question to the minister is, where in this budget is funding to expand the number of seats in the College of Social Work and to attract additional applicants?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, thank you, Chair. I want to just say firstly that seats for post-secondary education wouldn't be in my ministry or my budget, and so that would be a question that would be more appropriate for the Ministry of Post-Secondary and Skills Training. I just want to also highlight that there's been a misunderstanding of the recommendation for the representative of children and youth. The recommendation actually recognizes that mandating registration of all MCFD workers is a complex issue, and imposing the mandatory requirement according to the current criteria for registration with the college would be unfeasible and unsafe. The representative does not agree that a degree in social work is necessary to perform the functions of a child welfare worker, and certainly not necessary to carry out all of the broad range of roles and functions of these workers. We have to very carefully contemplate our workforce to ensure that children and youth are kept safe. And so first and foremost, the safety and well-being of children is our top priority, ensuring that we can recruit frontline workforce, retain that workforce, and that children, youth, and families have someone that can support them is the number one priority. We are working with partners to explore how we would have a regulatory body on child protection work in general.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, through the chair. And with respect, I've not misunderstood the report. I do understand that the RCY has said that it would be dangerous to impose this overnight because, as we've seen, hundreds, if not the majority, of child protection workers would immediately not be eligible. So I agree that that would be unsafe to snap your fingers and mandate it because there would be an even worse staffing shortage than the one that we're already facing. However, it's very clear to me that it is important that child welfare, child protection workers have a 4-year degree of relevant experience and that they're registered with an independent regulatory body. And anecdotally, when I get complaints that come across my desk, it's very difficult when they're not a social worker because there isn't anyone arm's length to complain to. It is anomalous that virtually all other professions across sectors, many of whom work with vulnerable children, youth, and families, are subject to oversight by an independent regulatory body. Yet MCFD child welfare workers who work with the most vulnerable children in the province are largely not. My next question is, does MCFD conduct exit interviews?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, we do, and they are voluntary.
Recognizing the member.
At what point did MCFD start conducting exit interviews? Has this always been a policy or is it new? Because my understanding is that MCFD was not conducting exit interviews.
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you. So there has always been an opportunity for, through the Public Service Agency, to provide information through an exit interview for public servants. With respect to MCFD specifically, it has been at the discretion of the local service agency, and the ministry has created a corporate policy around exit interviews beginning last year.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, through the chair. So, just so I have this right, according to the last 2 reports from RCY, the stress, burnout, and lack of retention is leading this ministry to be at crisis levels. By the minister's own admission, 1,300 people exited in 2022. 792, if I heard her correctly, is the number given for 2024. Again, incredibly high numbers of turnover. It seems to me only appropriate that there be an immediate implementation of exit interviews in all cases to try to get some feedback on what is needed to actually retain people in this profession. And to that end, one of the pieces of feedback that I receive regularly from frontline workers, whether it's a social worker or child protection worker, is that their wages are very low. And so my question to the minister is, where in this budget will I see a salary increase for frontline workers such as social workers and child protection workers?
Recognizing the minister.
So the Public Service Agency is the bargaining agency for government that would bargain wages. Our frontline staff receive their wages through a collective agreement, and so those would be negotiated at the bargaining table. MCFD has been consulted by the Public Service Agency. I will say that Budget 2023 saw a 17% wage increase through the shared recovery mandate. And so frontline staff would have received that 17% wage increase over 3 years. And we wouldn't see what is reflected in that going forward because it's currently going through collective bargaining.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, through the chair. So if I understand the minister correctly, they won't look at it again until 2027. Do I have that math right?
Recognizing the minister.
So the terms and conditions are being bargained right now, so we won't know until that is completed.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, through the chair. I appreciate that. Noting the time, I'm trying to move to a compact section, seeing as we only have a few minutes here before we're getting called to a vote. This might be a good time to talk about the integrated case management system. When I clerked on one of the longest running child welfare cases in Canadian history back in 2015, we heard a lot of evidence about ICM and how it was a very bad system. It wasn't user-friendly. In fact, it was so difficult to use that it created safety issues. So imagine my surprise to become an MLA 10 years later, and I'm reading reports that are saying the exact same thing. According to my research, it was launched in 2008 as a partnership between MSDSI, MCFD, and Citizen Services. It was completed in November 2014 at a total capital cost of $182 million. I've got about half a dozen reports in front of me here. An Auditor General report from 2015, an RCY ICM Backgrounder 2012, BC ICM Privacy and Security 2013, the BC GEU report that was quite comprehensive from 2014 had an entire chapter dedicated to ICM, how it crashed, it doesn't work, it's not user-friendly. I myself receive a lot of those types of reports today in 2025. So my question to the minister is there a level of awareness at the ministerial level at what a poor tool ICM is? And if so, is there any funding allocated in this year's budget to actually do something about this non-functional tool?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to recognize that $182 million is a significant investment in an IT system. And so it is a major IT system that we are making regular updates and improvements to. Very difficult to just, throw a system to the side that cost $182 million and build an entire new one. I've worked in community around systems, IT systems, client management systems, a variety of different ones, and there are challenges across the board in having systems that work really well for everyone. So I have yet to personally have experienced a system that does everything that every service user wants it to. I think as far as our information management and technology investments that we have made, approval has been secured for almost $8 million of capital funding over 3 years to proceed with child safety, information management, and technology enablers. This investment will allow for social workers to electronically enter notes when they are in the field rather than, handwritten notes and uploading them later, which will free up time. Social workers will be provided with access to centralized and consolidated information to inform decision-making. And then the process for teachers, counselors, police, and other professionals to report concerns has also been streamlined. I also know that we have invested quite a bit in our system to ensure there is an applet and real-time reporting around child safety visits and ensuring that we're able to track that in real time to ensure that we're meeting our desired sort of standards of visits.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you through the chair. I'm satisfied with that answer. I do appreciate that $182 million is a lot of money to spend. So I'm really glad to hear that there's $8 million in funding and other recognition that some additional support for technology and streamlining is being done. I've had the opportunity to just refer back to No Time to Wait, Part 2. So I just want to state for the record, because there was a question mark about this, according to the report, the child protection workload model was developed in 2019, which found that there was a huge gap of 636 full-time equivalent additional staff required to achieve 85% compliance with child protection practice standards, i.e., there is empirical validation of significant levels of understaffing and consequent excessive workload. There has not been an appreciable increase in child welfare social worker staffing levels between the time of the measurement of the significant shortfall and as of March 31st, 2024. The workload measurement tool was abandoned by the ministry in 2021. The average number of cases, at least for CYSN, as of 2024 is 186. 81% of social workers and team leaders responding to the representative survey said that their workload does not permit them to effectively support the children, youth, and families on their caseload. More than 2/3, 68% of MCFD managers shared the views of the social workers and team leaders. And so my respectful request to the ministry would be, please don't wait any longer to implement further recommendations or get a report from Deakin or whatever it is. Clearly, there's a huge need for more frontline workers, and 45 people is nowhere near going to cut it. Noting the hour, Madam Chair, it's 8:19. Am I correct in understanding that we are closing this house down at 8:20 in anticipation of the 8:30 vote in the main house?
Yeah, we can adjourn at 8:20 or 8:25, whatever is suitable to.
Madam Chair, if it means that I lose the time off my estimates, then I will continue. But if adjourning just means that we're not going to cut it off in the middle, then I would be fine to adjourn now in anticipation of the vote in the main house.
We can,
Basically, is your question 5 minutes, or do you? No, I would be about to get into a bit of a longer section.
recognizing the minister.
Thank you. I just want to respond that we have a net increase of frontline staff by about 502 FTEs. And I think that, we have done an incredible amount of work to increase our frontline staff, and so that work isn't waiting. I would also just again say, with respect to caseload, particularly on the CYSN side of things, that is very nuanced, and that not every child needs the same thing. And there's currently a lot of work underway in community to look at what is defined on that caseload. So there would, on that 186 number, potentially be quite a number of children who are not required or in need of direct service. And so caseload is not a static number as we've canvassed in this House previously. And with that, Honorable Chair, I move that the committee rise and report progress and ask leave to sit again.
Thank you, member. Members, thank you, Minister. Members, you have heard the question. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you, members. This committee stands adjourned.